Gotta turn off the AC. And gotta get things going. But we are here. Baka says he might not make it. It's all good, Baka. We'll see you next time. Be a relatively short stream, I think. I need to get Samsung Flow, and I need to get the AC turned off. Way too loud. The house AC is running. Not much I can do about that. Hopefully it's not too hopefully it's not too loud though. Excuse me. Sorry. I am getting the camera going. Let's go to here. Well, all right. There we are. Hey, say. I haven't even checked my hair. I've had headphones on all day, so hopefully it's fine. It's probably fine. Oh, I'm not even on screen. I'm not even on screen, dude. Well, I suppose it's fine then. This is zoomed out way too much. Where did the zoom go? Oh, yeah, right here. Alright, well. That's fine. Hopefully the music is... everything's muted. Okay, everything except for the mic should be muted, so hopefully you can at least hear me. Should have set this up before, but we'll get it going real quick. Really, really quickly. We want that one. Or, why is this not showing up? Okay. Cool. Get them, actually probably a little further. All right. Cool. All right, now I can, oh, I guess I can't minimize that. Okay, fine. It can stay there. Put the Discord on top. File Explorer. We need the code. the chat, obviously. Which I have to go into this thing for. Right here. Thought I already did this, right? Did I not already do this? Activate live in public. Okay. Think that'll do it. Let's just CB-weeby here. Let me get a little chat window of my own and give it a little testeroni. Okay, we want to go to the control room and well, hopefully that was streaming. Okay, it says it's been streaming. Okay, yeah, good. Whew. All right, test chat. Hello. Guess we've been going for like, not bad, 5 minutes. It's not that bad. Hello all. How is everyone? And no, not seeing it in the chat. I did send it. Oh, I bet I have to. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Really cool, man. Thought I might need to refresh it, but I think we're good. Okay. Now chat has to go over there. And yeah, I think we're fine. Cool. Welcome all. We are all set up, ready to go. We have a little bit of a checklist left over from yesterday, and we can touch on a couple of things that came up today. And I can show you guys the comfy desktop. It's not very set up yet, but it's there. We can take a look at it. So, how is everyone? Get my chair and my mic and everything good to go. Should be fine. I think I could go like right down here. Maybe that would be best. That's pretty small. I could do like there. Oh, yeah. That's really small. Maybe that's too small. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I could just make it the same size. Interesting. Could put that in some kind of like overlay or something, maybe. I don't know. Seems fine for now. It's a little small. And yeah. All right. So first of all, let's get our list open. So this is the new comfy right here. It's a very clean directory. If you look at the old comfy, the root directory is pretty clean, but then when you open up comfy, it's like, whoa. And this one, you have Python, which is not terrible, but it's there. User is just for workflows, so that's it. Output is output, input is input, models and custom nodes is pretty much empty. I put these few things in here for now: essentials, IP adapter, crystals, all kinds of essential things. And models, I have not downloaded any models yet. Yeah, this is the new comfy directory structure right here. I'll run it in just a minute. Yeah. But I just was looking because right here. Yeah. Hey, how's it going, man? How are you? So very clean. Have the typical kind of folders that you would expect in your model folder, like control, checkpoints, clip vision, controlnet, all that stuff's in here, as you would expect. And then I was just showing, this is the root directory right here, this comfy. This is it. And you have your custom nodes. You have your models, which is the typical folders you would expect. And then you just have these empty input and output folders, and the user is just for your workflows. And then Python, and that's it. That's the whole shebang right there. Yeah, it's really nice. Obviously, there's more to it, but they've kind of spread it out. Since it's on the system now, they put some stuff in like app data and other system folders. So, pretty nice. So I guess let's let me get the list open real quick, and then we'll just run comfy, then the desktop comfy. No, I wanted to be in documents, development. No, I did want to be in comfy, obviously, because but I want to be in the old comfy. Yeah, I want to be in the old comfy. Yeah, okay. Just for right now. Okay, so let's get, the list was on custom nodes. Probably that one? No. No? No. I know we didn't get through this list. Okay. We got the presets. That's cool. All right. Let's check out comfy. So the installer is just exe installer. So you run that, and it basically just does what you're about to see whenever you start up comfy. It just goes through kind of like a longer, it's like when you first install comfy with the web, you know, your command prompt first time, there's a lot more output as it's installing things, but it's the same interface you're about to see right now. When I start up comfy, it was just more script, just like you would typically expect. So anyways, I wish it would open in full screen, but it's not a big deal. How's the, well, I guess the music's probably not playing, huh? Mic level good? The mic level, I never really change it, so I think it should be fine. So, I mean, this is kind of slow. 7.5 seconds. I feel like, I mean, I don't know. guess I'm running some other things, and I guess I could check my thing here. We got CPU running high. So, what are you doing? Just gotta load a bunch of stuff. And there it goes. And so none of the nodes in here are working. No idea. But yeah, so the workflow, the interface, everything is pretty similar. And I like that you have tabs for your open workflows. If I open another workflow, I don't have another workflow. So how about we just, I think you can go somewhere and hit like load default. Yeah. All right. So now I got 2 tabs. I really like that. One thing you'll notice is the Chris Tools meters, like CPU, GPU, temperature, all that stuff is not here. Don't know why. Hopefully that will happen soon. I have the Chris Tools things installed, I'm pretty sure. If you click on the manager button now, and usually you expect to see something that looks like this. But if you click on the manager button, it takes you straight into custom node manager. And then you have to hit back to get to that menu. If you want that main menu, you got to hit the little puzzle piece. Maybe that was the same way for some people already, but for me, whenever I hit the manager, it opened up this. And now it goes straight to the custom node manager. So, but I mean, not a big deal, just something to note. The node list is pretty much the same as what it was. I'm getting all these imports failed for things that are pretty commonly used, so I'm not sure what's going on with those. I already did the check missing, check update. I mean, I guess I can try it again now. No, check update. No. So, update all custom nodes. I can try that too. Might as well. Pretty sure I already hit fetch updates earlier, but I could be wrong. It's got skip update check. I don't want that. Updating custom nodes. It sounds like it's doing something. Kind of wish I still had the terminal open. You can open the there's a log file. I want to say it's under Python. Must be, I guess. No, that wouldn't make sense. I had the log file open earlier. Yeah, I can't remember where it is, but anyways, it prints to the log file as you're watching it. So it's basically just like a terminal, essentially. Anyways, failed to update comfyui or several extensions. Response to is not defined. Okay, sure. Fetch updates. Already up to date with latest versions, yeah. All right, let's do a restart. Streaming logs. I really wish you could bypass the streaming logs and just go straight to the standard out. I think that's probably slowing things down a little. Probably not too much after startup though, so. It is a little slow. I don't know, maybe it was doing something. Maybe it installed something. Anyways, so what else is new? We have key bindings. I haven't really messed with that yet. Settings. Obviously, key bindings would be in there. Extensions. I think this is pretty much all the same as it was, although I never really messed with this stuff, so not 100% sure on that. This menu is pretty much the same too, I'm pretty sure. Menu. Model library stuff. Search box. I'm pretty sure I always left that on default anyways. And I suppose that's it, right? Validation, workflow. Yeah. So. Okay, whatever. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with the nodes that are failing to import. I hit the try fix already, and I don't know what switch does. Disable switch. Sure. My nodes are still not added to the Comfy registry. And check my email real quick. Nope, nothing back from Comfy. Hey Flo, how are you? No, not at all. I downloaded the latest version yesterday, but I still don't see the clip input. And for the GGUF thing, it would be great so I can remove these bypass loader groups. Yeah. We'll take a look at that. Somebody asked about the GGUF model loading again. Maybe that is what switch is. Hello, I can't read that language. They were talking about versions of nodes. Maybe that's what switch is, possibly. No idea. Wow, this thing is taking forever. It's like reinstalling some Python shit. Huh. I'll have to see if I can translate this. Can I? Channel activity, bin, message, report, go to... They should put in like an auto-translate feature in there. That would be... Why wouldn't that... Seems like a no-brainer, right? Auto-translate in a YouTube chat. I don't know. Let me copy this and paste it into translate. One sec. Translate. I feel like this is like Hindi or something, but I'm gonna go with detect language. Power game. What is the best computer to use in Comfy? Okay. Well, let me just do a little type right here. It says Arabic detected, so we'll just flip that around. And I'll type something in here. Computer. What is the best computer to use in Comfy? Well, I'm not sure that I would say there's like a best computer to use. You just really want to make sure you have a moderately fast CPU. Obviously, the faster the better, but the bulk of the CPU's job is really kind of during startup and loading up models and stuff. And so it's not really that big of a deal. It's got to move data from the disk, obviously, to the GPU, so, and to the RAM. But for the most part, your bottleneck is going to be your graphics card. So that's the biggest consideration. And obviously, you want to make sure you have fast RAM and, again, a moderately fast CPU and a lot of RAM. So like probably at least 64 gigs. And if you can, on the GPU, 12 gigs or more. 16 gigs or more is even better. Obviously, more is better. But I would say with 16 gigs, you should be able to get pretty much any of these models to do what you want them to do fairly efficiently. But let me type that. One sec. I'll type this into Translate. And I mean, unless you also speak English. But let me know. Alfonso, what's up? I gotta type something in this little Translate thing real quick. How's it going? Enter text. We have, right. I would say use a, let's see, what are some good RTX GPUs? Let me ask, actually, you know what? Let me do this. I think we can just pull this over here, right? Might as well. And then we'll go to our friend. And we'll go with a new chat. And we'll say, what are some good GPUs, RTX, GPUs with at least 16 GB VRAM? '50 series, exactly. Yeah, and then the 40s will come down, which is what I am waiting for. Can't wait for the price of the 4090s to come down. 3090 has 24 gigs as well. I'm sure the performance is probably pretty comparable. I would go with a 39 at 24 gigs, a 3090, before I would go with like a 4080 with 16 gigs. So, yeah. Yeah, oof. Those look a little steep. So it looks like maybe a 3090 or a 4080. I think 4070s also, but it doesn't seem to list them here. I want to say 4070s have 12. What about over 12 GB? Yeah. It's a 4070 Ti, 3080 Ti, even 3060. You know, could definitely get some stuff done. 3080 even. Obviously, I would want to go, higher. But, working with whatever you got, these are good options. So I would say, let me also, yeah. I guess this probably isn't going to translate, right? What does it say? Maybe it's translating. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, lay down. Anyways, that was a 3080, 3090, 4070 Ti. Did I miss one? 3080 Ti. So, yep. Hopefully this works. Oh, I guess I want to copy that. Here we go. So, that's your answer. Let's get that one out the way. I'll leave the chat right there. Video. Yeah, I can't wait until the 50s come out and the 4090s calm down. So anyways, I guess, has everyone in here around whenever I was going through the features on the Comfy, or you want to run back through them again real quick? Most of it's pretty much the same. Most of what I have to report as of right now are bugs. Like my things. Oh, it looks like whatever it was that was failing. All right, let's switch this one. Yeah, no problem. Let me know. We can send one more. What is the Discord? Okay. Jesus, man. Let me grab the Discord invite. not have Discord open? I guess not. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Invite people. Copy link. Cool, 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 cool. Okay. There we go. So, what are we going to switch this to? It didn't give me an option last time, right? I thought it just switched. Nightly? Maybe. Hopefully nightly will do the trick. Yeah, this is supposed to be the resource monitor, the progress bar, all that stuff. Yeah, resources monitor, progress bar, right, okay. Everything else looks like it's there. This switch thing is taking a minute. I don't want to like mess with it. Well, I guess while we're waiting on that, we can, let me grab the Discord. YouTube updates. I thought there was supposed to be a thing show up right here. I think that the nodes may need to be updated to work in the new environment. Did they mention anything when you were talking to them? No, he did say, like when you sent the email with the exe, he said to reach out if I have any questions or whatever. I did send one follow-up email. I haven't heard anything back, but maybe tomorrow. I don't remember what time it was when I sent that email. It might have been end of the day or something. But yeah. Right. So anyways, the point of pulling up the Discord. But all, just to be clear, all the nodes that I have in here are brand new. I didn't install it into the current comfy directory that I already, you can, whenever you're installing the desktop, you can select an existing comfy directory and then it will like merge things. But I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to start like from scratch. So all of these nodes in here were installed straight through this little manager thing. So they're not my old copies from the old comfy. So I guess there maybe is like, and I might have switched this. Whenever I just selected to switch to nightly, that might be for nothing because I might have selected nightly in the first place. I don't remember. In which case, might be why it's, failing to import. So it might fail to import again now that I just switched to nightly, but we'll see. But so anyways, we have the Discord going over here. I was reluctant to do Discord, but with the help of some people who have been... did they give a key to install? No key, just exe file. I think, they might be checking something on the back end, like, I don't know. But as far as I can tell, it's just like an exe file. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. There's no option for install via git URL. So I was working on getting the registry going today. But anyways, nope, no user login. Not that I can remember. No, I don't think so. Discord is, as it turns out, not as terrible as I've made it out to seem. So I can admit when I was wrong, and I was wrong. I've just seen some crazy Discord servers that are like crazy. And I just look at it and I'm like, nope, I'm not even going in here. But this has turned out pretty well. Baka has made all of these channels in here. I'm pretty sure all of them. Maybe I can share. I should probably ask first. I thought that might be the next question that was coming. But yeah, I'll ask first because I don't want to, like, you know, break any rules or whatever. I do want to work more with Comfy, so I don't want to piss them off first thing. But I'll ask. I'm sure, I feel like he probably won't care because he like was pretty quick to give me access. So I feel like he probably won't care. But just to be safe, I don't want to piss anybody off. So yeah, anyways, we have all these channels going now. Some of the channels from Patreon, the bug chat, the request chat. This YouTube updates is supposed to, there's supposed to be like a little bot there that will detect whenever I post or something, like post a new video, or maybe it's for live too, I'm not sure. But anyways, whenever we get that going, the announcements will come in here. The GitHub, whenever we push, you know, updates to the nodes or whatever, all of that stuff comes through right here. Request chat is still just the request chat. There's nothing in there yet. Weekly art contest is here. We have a channel for share your art, just for whatever. And then for like whatever your top submissions that you want to submit for the week, which we should do ASAP. I'll bring it up again in one of like the general chat, or maybe I guess in this chat. I don't know. We'll talk about it. But we got to get obviously I wanted to try to, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but we can keep it private. Yeah, we can keep it private. Yeah, I trust you, SP. You're a good guy. And I think that's pretty much it. Pretty much standard welcome rules, announcements, memes, general. Everything else is just, you know, random. I guess random in general are kind of the same thing. But, yep. Share your art, weekly art contest. So put your images in there and vote in there. And, again, if you have anything like a YouTube channel or something you want plugged, whenever I show your images, I can, you know, mention your stuff and whatever accounts, art accounts or whatever else you got. And, like, what is it called? Spotify, or, you know, I know some people do music or whatever, but yeah, whatever you got, we can put that in the description so people can find you. I mean, you know, whatever, not that, you know what I mean. So let's see what Nightly does. And that took forever, so hopefully this doesn't take very long. I mean, I guess it should be expected. It's not even like really released yet, so not complaining. Pre-startup time, 20 seconds. Yeah, it's another thing. There's no like batch file, so I can't really put that fast option in there. I mean, maybe I can find I haven't looked in the like system folders yet. But I guess let's see if that worked. That's instant ID. No. Now these are failing. I'm pretty sure the other thing was Chris Tools, right? It was one of the, I think it was this one, right? Yeah, this is the one we just switched. So this one looks fine now. I know we're looking at the comfyui, but is the FlowState SVD node in a downloadable state? Yeah. Yeah. It should, I think it should have a label on there that says beta or something, alpha, because it's not wrapped up yet, but it works. And yeah, we'll take a look at that in a sec too. Yeah. Yeah, I can mess with this later. We can, I think pretty much everyone has seen everything. It's pretty much the same interface. It looks neater, cleaner, and obviously some kinks to work out before we can get the workflows going. Not first of which is getting the FlowState nodes in there, obviously, through the registry. So until then, we will go back to WebComfy. And there we go. Now we have our nodes. Thank God. All right. So I did take out, there were some notes in here. I took these out. I was just like, I don't really need to look at these. And they're not really, you know, not really anything that's like hard and fast rules anyway. So I just took them out. And now that I'm looking at it, I kind of, well, I'll leave it like that. It's fine. So I took the notes out and scooted this closer, and then my height and width, and that go over to SVD or FVD or whatever we're going to call it. I just sent them over with noodles because I was like, the extra use anywhere nodes are taking up more space in between these two nodes, and the noodles just go right behind here. It's very clean anyway, so I'll just do that and get rid of the use anywhere nodes. So now I just have the use anywhere nodes here, and everything else is just connected, which is nice because it's still very clean. All of them just flow right to there. It's pretty, everything's nice and hidden. Anyways, I was not on chat. Okay, there we go. Yep. Okay, so make sure we have our settings right. We have an F4, and good. Okay. 4 fixed. Right, I was playing around with this earlier. I did prompt type original. I think that's what we had it on last. We're doing 4 and 44. All right. Well, I guess first thing, let's see here. SVD. So yeah, the thing is how we did. Chris, you were here last night when we were doing these presets, right, for the QKV out. I still got to add the min and max values on these tooltips, but that's not a big thing to change. Anyways, so we're doing these clip presets here, and okay, cool. And so you caught the part about the clip presets. Basically, you can just select one of these drop down things here. You can select none, and that will use these values. Or if you select one of these presets, there are preset values that you can see if you hover over the field right there. so you can see what each of those presets means. So you can hit one of those presets, like for example, clarity boost, and it'll just ignore whatever's right here and use these values, which happen to be the same as what's in there right now. But anyways, so we'll leave it on that. And the point of mentioning that was that we kind of just really need to do the same thing here. We need to find some groups of settings, because there's a lot of stuff to consider, like SVD steps, Flux steps, min guidance, the Flux guidance and denoise, the motion type or motion bucket, whatever you want to call it. Augmentation level, I'm pretty much not ever messing with that anyways, but it's another thing to consider, I guess. And then obviously your sampling and scheduling algorithms. So there's a lot of things to really dial in to get the best, like, good quality videos. And I don't want to just throw this out there where people can, like, you know, or where they have to tweak all of these things, and it's like a really, you know, pain in the ass for them to learn. And because, like, I don't want to use something if it's a pain in the ass. So, like, I know, you know, people probably don't want to use it if it's a pain in the ass. They'll just try to find something else. So I was thinking I need to do some presets on this so it's going to basically just boils down to me running this a whole bunch of times with different values in here until I narrow down like a good set of values that produces some kind of consistent results, and then make a little drop down menu like the clip presets for this. So that way we have some presets to choose from. So anybody who installs this thing, they can just be like, I don't know what any of this means, but let me click a preset, and at least they'll get something decent. Right. And then they can tweak from there if they want to refine things or whatever. But at least, you know, it'll be something so they're not just shooting in the dark, you know. So anyways, that's the plan. That's really all that's left for this. The functionality is there. What are you finding in the capability of video creation 60 images? You mean like frames? You could theoretically go as many as you want. Everything's running frame by frame, so like you could run like 1,000 frames if you wanted to, and it wouldn't clog up your computer. It would just, like, every frame is just the same as like processing a one Flux image. So however long it takes you, let's say you're doing 720 or 1080. For me, a 1080 frame image with Flux is about 40 to 50 seconds, depending on like how much detail and stuff is in there. So 40 to 50 seconds per frame. It would just keep doing that for 1,000 frames if you wanted to. I don't know if something else might go wrong during all of that, but theoretically, the functionality is there. If you set it on, say, 24 frames for number of frames, and then you bump your sequence count up to 100, then that's what? 2,400? Yeah, 2,400 frames. So, if you want. I don't know if I would try it, but I would for sure be interested to hear the results. Yeah, you could go as many as you want. Now, I wouldn't expect it to, like, let's say you're looking like we were looking at a guy walking down the street the other day. I mean, maybe what it would do is just for 2,400 frames, just have him keep walking in a straight line, basically, and it would just be like an infinite walk. I feel like that's probably what it would do. So, and it would obviously probably degrade in quality over time, but because, well, that's really just a matter, the quality from frame to frame or from sequence to sequence is really a matter of dialing these settings in. But all of the settings are there now. So if you like start running this and start playing with these settings, you can dial it in to where you can get as many frames as you want and the right quality that you want. but it's a matter of like figuring that out with messing with all of these settings. So if you do that, let us know and we'll save it as a preset. Like if you have a group of settings that work good, we'll save it as a preset. But yeah, theoretically you can do as many frames as you want. It's just a matter of dialing in the settings to make sure the quality doesn't degrade. And then obviously you got to have something that it makes sense to do a long sequence on, where like, you know, or else you're just going to get like an infinite walk, you know. That's the problem, yeah. Because SVD is just kind of like, I mean, SVD generates all 24 frames, right? So you get the initial input image and you pass it into SVD, and SVD generates 24 frames. And then all of those 24 frames go through the sampler, the K sampler, to get like developed or denoised and turned into, you know, latent images. And then you encode those with the SVD VAE into images, actual images. And then you give that to Flux, and then Flux just does the same thing, but one at a time with Flux, because it's like obviously much larger of a model. So we're not doing 24 frames at a time. We probably could do more than one at a time, but we're just going frame by frame right now. And the problem is, you know, SVD is just generating the 24 frames based on whatever motion it thinks needs to be applied to the image it's fed, right? So there's really no way to direct the motion. You don't have like a text prompt with SVD. You just have the image input. If you could have some like text conditioning, that's another thing I've been thinking about, is incorporating text conditioning, which you could do that on the like Flux step. So there's two ways that I was thinking about doing it, which is at the end of each frame, or at the end of each sequence. So you pass your initial image in, SVD generates 24 frames. So you have a sequence of 24 frames. And then the last frame from that right now is just getting sent back into SVD to generate 24 more frames. So whatever was happening in that last frame will just keep happening. So if you could instead, you could say, let's say your extend count or your sequence count is on 2, right? So you're going to generate 2 batches of 24 frames. You could have like another little box, or like right down here below this, that was like a prompt, or maybe even multiple prompts, like separated by some dashed lines or whatever. And that could correspond to what you want to happen at the end of each sequence. So you could generate 24 frames, or yeah. So you'd have to generate them in batches of 24 regardless, because SVD is not going to go. I think it's theoretically supposed to only go to 25. But anyways, let's just say a batch of 24 frames. So you generate your first, and then on the last frame of that first sequence, as of right now, all of the frames, when they go back through Flux, so you go to SVD, get your 24 frames, they get turned into images, then they go through Flux. Hey, what's up, CAD? We're just talking about how this FVD node works, and thinking about like limits or whatever, or features, how to direct motion. So, but as of right now, you have your initial image generated over here, right? So you got your prompts, and your prompts get encoded with the clip, and then that gives you the conditioning, and all that gets sent over to the sampler. And then you generate your image, and then that image goes in over here, but all these parameters as well, everything that was used on this sampler, as well as your prompts and your conditioning, all gets sent back over to here. So that way, whenever we send all of your frames back through Flux, it can, you know, if you just put the input image in, that's an option. But I feel like well, I don't know. That might not even be an option. I feel like you're going to need some type of conditioning object to pass into that Flux sampler, which is the custom sampler advanced. Even if it's just like a blank, we could just make it like a blank string, you know, because we could generate conditioning in here instead of using the conditioning that was already generated over here. Then we could just encode like a blank string to go with the Flux image. But anyways, right now it's getting the conditioning that was originally passed into the sampler and all of those settings. And we use the conditioning and some of the settings to reprocess each frame so that you have whatever was used here to make it turn out similar over here. You know what I'm saying? You don't want your frames that you generate over here to deviate much from what you had over here. So we use the conditioning and we use some of the other settings here, like the max shift and base shift. And the multiplier, or we might not use the multiplier actually. Anyways, sampling and scheduling algorithm, we use all of that to make sure that the frames that are put out over here are as similar as possible to your input image. But we could, at the end of each sequence, or I guess, yeah, it would probably have to be at the end of each sequence, although you could just do shorter sequences if you wanted to. But at the end of each sequence, we could give it a new prompt, a new text prompt, and then just create the conditioning for that text string right there on the fly in between each frame or in between each sequence. It would add a little bit more processing time, but not a whole lot. And I mean, that is the goal. Once we get once we get just a basic couple of sequences going with like really good quality results on all of these settings, then I'll start adding in things like prompts at the end of each sequence and other features to where like, so your input image is a guy walking down the street, right? And your first batch, your first image goes in, and so you get a SVD, gives you out like him walking down the street, right? And then at the end of that first sequence, which let's say is 2 seconds, if you're doing 24 frames, 12 frames per second, so you get 2 seconds of the guy walking down the street. And then for the last frame in that, you could give a prompt that would say like, guy turns the corner or something, whatever, you know. So on the last, instead of him keep walking straight, on the last one, your last image in the frame gets changed to like him turning the corner. And then so that gets sent back into SVD, and then the next 24 frames you get would hopefully, ideally, be the guy turning the corner and doing something different. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I've thought about controlling movement. But there's other things we can do in terms of like image to image kind of stuff. And but anyways, I've seen nodes that do direct things at certain frame counts, but I would not want to mess up a sequence after it already. Yeah, definitely. That's what I would suggest running. I would suggest running like short sequences probably. Maybe like one or two different action changes. So, I mean, you know, but I mean, still, that's, especially if you're generating like high quality, like 1080, you can do 1080 video. It's just going to take longer, because obviously you need to generate with Flux 24 frames, right? So one by one. And so again, for me, that takes about like 40 to 50 seconds. So for 24 frames, that's, you know, almost half an hour. But you can do 1080 video like that. Once we dial in the settings to where it like actually will produce, I mean, you could probably do it right now just shooting in the dark and get something fairly decent. But again, it would take a while. So 24 frames would take, you know, almost 24 minutes. Plus you got the SVD step, and some decoding steps that have to happen in there. So decoding and encoding steps. So it would take a half an hour for 24 frames at 1080 probably, but you can do it. But yeah, so I wouldn't go much more than that. Maybe 2 sequences at a time, or 3, depending on what resolution you're trying to get. If you're trying to get like 1024 by 1024, you know, you could probably, it wouldn't take that long to do, so you can mess around with it. Go longer sequences on the smaller resolutions or something, just to play around with it. That's what I'm doing right now, basically. Get the sequence right in SD, then move to a second step that converts it. Yeah, right, exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. And that's the like tricky part is, are you talking about get the sequence right in SV? You mean get like the motion in the, like what's going on in the sequence right in SD, and then converts it to Flux. If that's what you're talking about, yeah, that's what we're doing. But SVD is tricky, yeah. So getting the motion right in SVD is the hard part. The Flux part is just, it's just there. It just has to run each frame by frame. So the Flux part is like not anything crazy. It's just literally running the Flux sampler frame by frame. But dialing in the SVD settings to produce the right motion is the hard part. So, and I mean, I've been practicing at it for a while. I wouldn't say I would call myself an expert at it, but like each image and each different type of video sequence that you're going to want to do, I haven't found a universal group of settings yet. That's why I think it's like pretty important to do so before officially launching this thing, even though it is available in the nodes right now. Before I say it's like officially launched, I would want to like dial in the SVD settings to get that, because that's a lot of work for people to figure out, and especially if you don't know like theory about AI and the math, the equations that are going on in there, and the, you know, different programming abstractions of like models and decoders and encoders. Like if you don't have all of that, this can be like, what does this even mean? So I don't want it to be like that. I want it to be like pretty user friendly. But yeah, so anyways, that's on the list, obviously. And we got these clip attention presets done last night. And update node definitions, that can wait. It's something I was thinking about. It's not really that important right now, though. And multiple LLMs for the same, oh right, yeah. Yeah, we can change that real quick. And then the XY output grid can wait. Yeah, that can wait. And then new stream's already gone. So if, for those of you who don't know, doing the stream until maybe around like 11 or 12 my time, which is 12 or 1 Eastern. I'm just over the line, right next to Eastern. But anyways, so I'm 1 hour behind or ahead or whatever. Or they're 1 hour ahead. Anyways, yeah. So that would be like 12 or 1 Eastern. That's about as late as I'm going to go. And then morning stream, 8 a.m. Eastern. So that's what this new stream schedule announcement note is about. And right, so we can move this down and not worry about those for now. We just need to get this one, which is super easy. No multiple LLM gens for the same prompt with different QKV settings. Oh, it's right here. So under, this is the new comfy, back into the old comfy. Comfy custom nodes, FlowState nodes, LLM prompt. We just need to change in this loop here. So we have the prompt loop right here, and right. So if we are on original, then obviously we're not going to run the LLM, so it doesn't matter. Otherwise, we'll either be on Extra Crispy or we'll be on both. And in which case we're going to get a seed or a list of seeds. But obviously at least one seed. And we can do this, right? So we're iterating through QKV up there, which means guess it doesn't matter how many prompts we have. Prompt extract parts, prompts out. Clip, positive, negative, run prompt, run model. Token to use, Q to use, K to use, K. Right, so we can we're going to have a group of settings for our QKV and out, and a seed. And well, we need to see if I guess we can just see if the prompt has changed. I think we can just set the last prompt. I think that makes sense. So if we say, if prompts out right here, before we start our loops, we could maybe say like, well, maybe we'll put it above this. I guess it doesn't really matter anyways. We'll say like last prompt equals none. And then brr, ice cream paint job. All right. Excuse me. Extract prompt parts for seed number and run seed. For seed number, run seed, and enumerate seed list. Seed to use, self-format num. Yeah, I guess we could do it like right there. That's fine. We can say if we have prompts to use, right? We have positive prompts and negative prompts. No way. Are we passing in a list? Certainly we're not passing in all of the prompts, are we? Positive prompts, negative prompts. It is a list. Okay. Well, that's a little annoying, but positive text prompt split. Extract prompt parts. Extract prompt parts. Anyways, it's not important right now. So are you going to run the LLM prompt through X times to generate the X prompts separated? That's what it's doing right now, but the problem with that is if you have only one prompt, but you have multiple settings. Let's say you have like 1.4, 2.4, 3, or whatever, 3. So you have a list right there. So you're going to have multiple variations, but you only have one prompt. So there's no need to run the LLM 3 times for every setting of V that you have right here, because the prompt isn't changing. So we don't want to run the LLM 3 times to generate the same output 3 times. We just want to like save that and use it. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now, which should be pretty straightforward to get. I just have to figure out what I was going to do. What I was going to do is here, this is the main method, the generate prompts method. This is what loops through all of your Q, K, and V. Like if you have a list of values in one or more of these fields, it's like doing nested loops and looping through all of the possible combinations of the lists in this field. I was thinking that the prompt was also like nested in that loop. And so I was just going to like, on every iteration of the prompt, I was just going to stick the prompt right up here. And then on the next iteration, be like, is this one the same as that one? Then don't do this. But the problem with that is I'm not looping through the prompts right here. I'm passing the whole list of prompts into this method, so I got to figure out how to do it in there instead, basically. But yeah, that's what it's doing. It's if you download the nodes right now and you put in multiple prompts that are separated by 5 dashes, they can be on separate lines or not. It doesn't really matter. It can be on the same line. As long as there's 5 dashes in between something, those two things will get separated. And or more than 2 if you have like 3 or 4 or whatever. And then it's, yeah, it's generating different LLM, it's running the LLM several times on each of your different prompts. Right now it's running them on, even if it's the same, but the idea is to not do it if they're the same. On other workflows that don't have QKV values that are adjustable, did it just send one? Well, yes, 1 for all the values. Yep. Sorry, I thought I mentioned that earlier. But yeah, if you don't want the clip attention, I don't know if you got the new one that I pushed last night that has this clip preset thing. But if you want all 1s for all of these values, so that way your clip attention multiply, if you set them all to 1, that means it's doing nothing. So if you want to get all 1s, you can just hit default, right? Yeah, you see that little message. So if you select default, it doesn't matter what you have in these fields, they'll all be 1s whenever they get used. So you don't have to mess around with changing these values all the time. You can just like grab one of these, or if you want a different combination of them, let me know and I'll add it, like a different preset. I can add more presets to this list because I got tired of like clicking on this field and typing and pressing enter and then clicking on the next field. It's like such a drag, man. So have the presets here, and then you can just, but if you just select default, that'll just bring you back to all 1s no matter what's in these fields. This will just get ignored. Right. So in this method, I pass all of the prompts once they're split up. They get split up on the little 5 dash line there. And then we have a list of positive, list of negative, and we're passing them all into this method here. So it's just a basic string list coming through here. We make a copy of prompts out is the this thing right here. It's just keeping track of our positive conditionings, our negative conditionings, our positive prompts, and our negative prompts. We just have 4 little bins. These are the outputs, either a single output or a list of outputs, but we need each of these 4 things to be output. So that's what our little list is here. And so on each iteration of these nested loops, it's sticking up the positive conditioning, negative conditioning, and then the positive and negative string text prompts. All of that goes into these lists here. So we pass that in each time to this extract prompt parts, and based on some of this logic here, then it will like stick, it will generate the right conditioning and the right positive and negative conditioning, and then it'll associate that with the right positive and negative text strings, and then it'll stick all of that back into, it makes a copy of that little 4 lists list. That list of 4 lists makes a copy of it right here. And then so it sticks it all onto that and then returns that at the end. So depending on these rules, these logic or whatever, we will call the generate prompt with some different set of, configuration. So how we're handling this, if you do put, and this is open for changes or features. If you want to add some different capabilities into this logic here, just let me know. But right now, how it's handled is, if you have, let's say we have that, or if we want to make it nicer, we could put some spaces. Doesn't matter. Or we could put it on a new line. Again, doesn't matter. As long as this 5 is in here, it's going to get split up. So let's say we have 2 lists or 2 prompts. And let's say, I mean, for Flux, it's pretty easy to think about, right? Well, yeah, I think it only comes into play if we're using stable diffusion. So accounting for the fact that somebody might be using stable diffusion and will have one, or because you can do multiple negative prompts too if you want, right? I don't know. Cartoon, maybe in the first one, maybe in the first one you want to say right. So maybe the man walking down the street, you want your negative to be realistic photo because you want him to be more cartoony or animated. So you don't want it to be realistic. So your negative is realistic. And then in the second one, your negative is cartoon and anime because if you want the woman to be more realistic, then your negative would have like cartoon and anime. So you could do that if you want. And if you have, the way it's handled internally is if you have 2 prompts, 2 positive and 2 negative, then it's going to run the first one with the first one and the second one with the second one. Unless, let me just make sure. If we're 1-to-1 or same neg to many pos. Okay. Right. And then, yeah. So this logic, it's not, I have some pretty descriptive variable names here to keep track of the logic. So it's not like too bad, but it could be a little confusing. If we have 1-to-1, which means we have 2 and 2, 2 positive, 2 negative, 4 positive, 4 negative, whatever. If we have 1-to-1, or if we have just 1 negative, but we have multiple positive. So that's what this says. If 1-to-1 or same neg to many pos. Then we're going to loop through all of the positive prompts. And if we're 1-to-1, then we're going to get the corresponding negative prompt. If we're not 1-to-1, then we're just going to get the first negative prompt, which will be ideally the only one that there is. There's a small edge case here where you could have, say, 4 positive prompts and 3 negative prompts, in which case it's just going to get the negative prompt every single time because you're not 1-to-1 and you're not 1 negative to many positive because you have multiple negatives. So in that case, but that's the point where I was like, I can't account for like everything that someone might do, right? There's just too many combinations. Like you could have, I don't know. Anyways, so if you have 4 positive prompts and 3 negative prompts, maybe you want the node to run exactly. Yeah. How do I know which 3 go with which other 3, and if one is going to be doubled or whatever? You know what I'm saying? So I just select the first. So if you're 1-to-1, you're going to get positive to negative on each iteration. If you're 1 negative and many positive, or if you're any other number of negative besides what is your positive, it'll just get the first negative. So whatever's right here. And that'll be used with every positive. So anyways, that's how that's handled. And then if you're the same positive to many negatives, so the same thing in reverse. Just if you have multiple negatives and 1 positive, or you know, the same kind of edge case applies, but in reverse. So that's just the negative to positive version of that. And then otherwise it just is going to, well, actually, hold on. Same neg to many pos. Oh, right. So it, okay. So it's not, okay. Let's see if you're 1-to-1. Let me just double check this real quick. If you're 1-to-1 or same neg to many pos. In either of those cases, I might want to split that out just to think about it, because I can always change it back. But sometimes it's helpful to split things up. So let's say if 1-to-1 for now, let's just say pass. And then we'll come to this one and say elif. No, not that one. Right. And let's just do it like this. So I want to make sure this is all right. So if we're 1-to-1, that's pretty straightforward. We go through P positive, and there's another edge case that I'm thinking of right now too, because if you're 1-to-1, well, maybe not actually. If you're 1-to-1, oh right, yeah. The other case would be like, let's say you have 4 and 4, but you don't want just 1-to-1. Let's say you want all combinations of those. Which I want to say is like, I don't know if that's 4 factorial or 8 factorial. It's a lot of combinations. So if you have 4 and 4 and you want to do all combinations instead of just doing, because right now it would just handle it as 1-to-1. It'll use your first positive to your first negative, second positive to second negative. So perhaps we could account for that. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. I mean, yeah. I don't know if that's too many features. I think I would rather just handle it and not put that on the user side. There's just one more menu to add to the thing. It's like, I don't know about that. Okay. So we'll just keep it like that. It's fine. So this one is going to be we're going to go through 1-to-1. Negative prompt is going to be neg prompt set p. I don't need an if statement there. And it's going to obviously call that method and update the prompts out copy. And then elif, same neg to many pos. Then we also don't need an if statement here. It's always going to be 0. Right? So that's if it's 1-to-many. If 1-to-many in reverse, then it's the same thing. Positive prompt for every negative prompt. Same pos. Same neg to many pos. So this actually is same pos to many neg. That should be a 0. Okay. So I don't like duplicating a lot of code like this. Unfortunately, I have these same method in 4 prompts or 4 lines of, you know, assigning values, which that could probably be cleaned up, but whatever. It is what it is for now. Okay, yeah. LF, right, for P positive prompt. And then same pos to mini neg. We're just going to get pos 0. Yeah, we could clean this up a little. I'll worry about that in a sec. Okay. Else for P pos prompt and pos prompt. So this is just going to go through all possible combinations. Again, the exception would be if you do have 1-to-1. So if you have 3 prompts and 3 positive, 3 negative, or 4 positive, 4 negative, 5 positive, 5 negative. If you have the same number of positive and negative, at this point right now, it's just going to go 1-to-1 with them. And I mean, the other option is you could err on either side of that. You could do all combinations, or you could just do 1-to-1. But if you err on the all combination side, then you're like taking up a lot of people's time. And maybe they're like, I just wanted 1-to-1. I didn't want it to be all combinations of 4-to-4, you know? So I don't know. Maybe I could just put it as a switch, 1-to-1 or combinations. That's a simple enough switch, right? Any thoughts on that on the user side of things if you're looking at this node? And maybe like you're sitting here like watching it right now, so it would make sense to you. But if you're just looking at this brand new, if you had another little drop down menu like this that not for the clip but for maybe like right either above or below prompt type right here, you have just a little drop down that has 2 options. That would be 1-to-1 or combinations. That would be the 2 options. 1-to-1 would be one combination, and combinations would be the other combination. And so if you want, that way if you have 3 and 3, and I can put a tooltip so whenever you hover over it, it says what it does. So yeah, if you want 1-to-1, if you have the same number of positive and negative and you want 1-to-1, and you set this on 1-to-1, then you'll get 1-to-1. If you set it to all combination or just combinations, then it would do all possible combinations of those 4 and 4, whatever. I think that sounds intuitive. But then again, I'm thinking of it in terms of like somebody looking at this brand new. And so I'm not 100% sure if I want to add that. And like maybe it's more confusing, maybe it's more helpful. Not 100% sure. CAD. Sorry, I was kind of in the zone there. I missed your message. Is FVD ready for testing? Because I keep getting errors. SVD is okay. Yeah. So, okay. I think I kind of answered that whenever I was talking to Chris about... Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so it's ready, but you got to play around with it, basically. That's what that boils down to. So it's not polished. It's ready, but it's not polished. It needs to be polished before I'll put my stamp of approval on it. but you can get it and have a go with it. It's kind of fun sometimes. Right. So any, what do you think? Should I put this extra drop down little switch in here or no? I already have so many multiple possibilities. Right, exactly. How does the original Flux prompts work? What do you mean, how does the original Flux prompts work? Could I ask a question? Yeah, go ahead, man. Pull the Patreon over here because I know Cad was asking something in there. The node you took this workflow from. The node you took this workflow from. The node I got this workflow from. What was the last question? He said, how does the original Flux prompts work? You mean like how does the sampler work? Or how does the oh, you mean the Flux Flux prompts node. Yep, exactly. That's what I was just about to say. The Flux prompts node. Yeah, that's a good idea. I could check and see how they handle it. Misspelling. Sample or samples. Where do you mean misspelling? Is it in the message that you sent me? I was just pulling up the Patreon. If it's like a file you sent a screenshot of or something. Direct messages. CAD. No. Chat. Request chat. Bug chat. Novalis. And CAD, you know we got the Discord now, right, too? I mean, you can still put stuff in the Patreon, but I just want to let you know if you didn't know. I've been busy I was trying to get a video out today, and I was trying to get the registry stuff done today, so I was like in and out of Discord trying to keep track. They were also like creating all the channels and stuff, so I was like trying to answer questions and stuff and keep track of that, but I think one of your variables may be misspelled. Sample or samples might be. If you have a screenshot of the code, like the command prompt, that'll help me figure out what it is. I was just seeing if you sent. Yeah, Discord is fine. Let me send you the invite real quick. Yeah, Discord is good. We have all of these chats in here now. So we have some bug chats already in here. But let's go ahead and hit the invite people, copy. There you go, Cad. Yep, just pop that into, if you got screenshots, video, screen recording, whatever you got, just pop that into the bug chat there. And see if this is working. We'll post image in bug chat. It says, welcomer, make a selection. How about, I don't want that. General. Oh, CAD. Okay, I see. CAD slid into the server. Okay. So that is coming into the general, right? This needs to go into the welcome. Yay, you made it. Yeah, these are the welcome things. I was like, I knew it. I hear the sound. Watching the stream while I have my open source Full self-drive activated. What? CAD, dude. You're a man after my own heart. I gotta say it. This is baller.
And there we go. Now we have our notes.
Yeah, this is baller.
Thank you.
Dude, CAD. Wait. This was SP, right? SP. Sorry. Holy shit, man. That's exactly the type of shit I wanna fund. I need to get this project funded, because yeah, it's exactly, because I can do the like YOLO models and the other types of object detection models and stuff like that. So like line detection and stuff like that, and the rest of it's just hooking up servos to your like steering wheel and throttle and stuff, and brakes. Obviously it's a risk, but you know, with thorough testing, I feel like this is a really awesome thing to do. I would want my own self-driving way before I would want like Tesla or something like that. So yeah, and plus you got the freaking live stream going. That's exactly what I want. This is perfect, man. Perfect in every way. Full self-driving, your own software, and not one of those stupid, because if you get like those little touchscreen things, they're all restricted. They don't even have web browser, and you can't watch a movie while you're, you know, driving or whatever. Yeah, Discord is much better. But today, no sound. Wait, what? Y'all would tell me. Y'all can hear me, right? Oh, you mean music. I forgot. I asked about the music earlier, and then either I or someone else moved on to something else, and then we all forgot about it. So, yeah, I can turn the music on. I totally forgot. Yeah. All right, one sec. One sec. Where is this? We have the radio. I'm going to turn it down, and then I'm going to turn it on. And let me know in the chat. Yay, nay. Anybody have any feelings about the music or the volume level? Higher, lower? I think it should be fine. It was rough. I turned it down a little bit from where it was last time, and I haven't messed with it since last time. So I feel like it's probably pretty close. If no object. Okay, cool. Cat, yep, bug chat. Throw it in there. We will take a look. I gotta look at this LoRa thing for SP. Bro, LoRa. What was that one we were just on? General? Yeah. Open source, full self-drive. Epic, man. I gotta watch it one more time. You got the live chat up there too. That is crazy, dude. So cool. Super cool, man. That is baller. All right, so bug chat. We can put that down. I think, right, we were talking about Flux prompts node. Do essentials, right? I think I haven't done it yet. Tomorrow. Okay, that's fine. Sampling, segmentation, text, draw text. No, that's not it. I just got a whole draw text class in here. Yeah, draw text is, I just put it on a method, but it is a much longer method than I thought. It is like you have to do all this crap here. Anyways. Oops, not text. We want what's in segmentation. Probably not that. Clip seg, no. Is it even in this one? Conditioning. Combine multiple, negative, attention seeker. Flux blockbuster. Oh, that looks interesting. Histogram matching. No, I guess is it not in this one? I thought it was in essentials. No, it's in Flux sampler parameters, obviously, which is in okay, hold on. Is it in MTB? No, it's not MTB, right? Use everywhere. Custom node. Comfy roll, right? Frizz nodes, IP adapters. Am I tripping? I must be tripping. Where did Comfy go? Flux sampler parameters. It's in essentials. Okay, I swear. I knew I wasn't losing my mind. It's in here. Carve conditioning. Mask misc, maybe? No, yeah, I didn't think so. Pipe project. Readme. Oh, I should look at his TOML file. Looks pretty much the same as what I did. Okay. Segmentation. Text. Draw text. Utils. Any type. Where the hell is that? Oh, there's a freaking file here called sampling. I didn't even see it. Like, it should be called sampling. Yeah, it's the one that's in yellow right there in front of my face. Okay. Flux sampler parameters, plot sampler parameters, guidance, and then probably in here, text and code. Yeah. Okay. Import re. Resub text split. Oh, he doesn't have to handle this because this is Flux, right? This is Flux sampler parameters. This is not Stable Diffusion sampler parameters. So he just has one. He doesn't have a negative prompt. So he doesn't have to account for that. He just has to account for the positive. So yeah, I think what, yeah, I didn't think about that. Well, I don't think I would rather defer to the multiple combinations as opposed to the one-to-one. And it's really not ever that much of a, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'll put it on there. I think I'll put it on there. Why not? I can use the tooltip and you can hover over it and see exactly what it does. It'll be fine. I would rather have the case covered just in case. You never know. What if you want to generate like 100 different Stable Diffusion images? That's pretty doable. Or like 100 smaller Flux images, like 512 by 512. That's pretty doable. Maybe you want to do that. So, yeah, I think I'd rather include the functionality. I don't think it's going to be that confusing on the interface, especially if you have a little tooltip thing. So if you're one-to-one, we need to have an edge case in this, right? One-to-one meaning, okay, so basically, let's try it like this. We just need another parameter, obviously, on our inputs, which would be, where do we want to put it? Clip. Wait, hold on. This is, yes, input types. Clip in, right? Clip in. Positive and negative are text fields. Prompt type. LLM, right? And then we want to say prompt combinations, something like that. Prompt combinations, LM prompt combinations, something like that. And then this is input, yeah. So we could put that on like right here. And we could say that the combinations are 1, 2. Maybe I'll do it like 1, 2, 1. Combinations. All right, and then so 1, 2, 1. Maybe we could do it as a oh, we already have no, we don't have a colon. That's not part of that. Yeah, okay, 1-to-1. Oh yeah, we might want to break this down. Break it down. It's a lot of tooltip. All right, we have 1-to-1. Right. I'm pretty sure I can just go like that with that, and then hit that, and then go down like that. And then, yeah, okay, so we have 1-to-1. And then yeah, that should, I don't even think I need a comma, actually. All right, so 1-to-1, and then we have combinations. Combinations. I think we still want the comma at the end, right? Yeah, comma space. Pretty sure. 1-to-1, and we're going to say if if, maybe we should make it a little more explicit, if number of pause prompts equals number of neg prompts. Yeah. I guess I should do a double equals. If number of pause prompts equals number of neg prompts, then one-to-one is going to run each pause prompt with a single neg prompt, and then combinations. Yeah, okay. That should work. If number of pause prompts equals number of neg prompts, run each pause prompt with a single neg prompt. Otherwise, combinations, run all possible combinations of pause and neg prompts. And what we should do is potentially... Hey man, may I ask you a question? Yes, you may. Like that. And then we'll do, I guess we'll do another new line right there. Maybe. Hopefully that'll look good. Tooltip. Oh, you know, I guess we need another line. Oh, you know what? What does this look like when you hover over this? Extension. Reset values as follows. You know what? We're gonna, dude, this is gonna look so fucking, excuse me. See you, Cad. Have a good night. This is gonna be awesome. Once I get all these types done and all these tooltips, it's gonna be super, super, super clean. Super official. Anyway, so check this out. This is what I'm gonna do with all of the tooltips and all of the nodes. Where is the the thing we were just using on LLM prompt type, next token list QK string prompt. Huh. On our presets, right? Where did the preset thing go? Is it on the node? Well, it looks great. Is it on the node? Oh, it is on the node. But that's not, oh, okay. You know what? The preset and the values. Okay. The tooltips. Okay, cool. Thanks. Is there any reason why we wouldn't want to... I mean, this is only really ever going to get done once, but it is a little disjointed. Let's think about it. This is the, yeah, it's only going to get done once. This is on the input types. I'm just going to leave it here for now. It's fine. But I do want to change, right. I'm going to change this to a capital V. And I don't need the as follows. Clip attention. Drop the, what was it? drop that as follows. Just clip attention preset values. Oh my god, that's funny. At the end of your day, just clip attention preset values. Man, that's funny. Sorry, I crack myself up sometimes. At the end of the day, your work should be a simplified, unified workflow, right? For image and video generation with various models. Did I get it right? You got it absolutely right, Alfonso. That's the goal. I did not try 3.5 yet, 6. There's a lot of people talking about it. I saw some images, but I have been too busy today, unfortunately. I haven't not had time. I was testing out the new Comfy. If you saw, they have the desktop application for Comfy. And I talked to somebody over at the Comfy team, and they sent me a copy. And so I tried that out for a little bit, and we looked at some bugs that were coming up and made it not usable yet, but you know, it's not released yet, so we're not being too critical, just that's what it is. And then I was also trying to get all of the nodes onto the registry, the comfyui registry, because in the new desktop version they may change this, but as of right now there's no option to install via gate URL. And if you just went and cloned it directly into your custom nodes folder, it doesn't work, at least not right now. So you can't install via gate URL, and you can't clone them directly into your custom nodes folder. What is sample and scheduler is best for realistic images for you? Most of the time I go with Euler on the sampler and DDIM uniform on the scheduler. DDIM uniform. Yep, you got it right, Alfonso. That's the goal. Once we get all of the nodes that we want and all of the functionality that we want, the idea is to have one workflow that we can do images with Flux or Stable Diffusion. We can do videos with Flux or Stable Diffusion. And we will also want to be able to do audio in there. We got Stable Audio Diffusion. It's still in my Comfy. I just haven't messed with it yet. Stable Audio Diffusion, so that, and we want to really be able to produce quality works that can be monetized in some way. I think at least, you know, it's a passion project for a lot of us, but a lot of us also want to get paid. And so in terms of selling things like marketing, materials for commercials, scenes for commercials or stuff like that, you know, I'm not saying you're going to land Apple as a client, you know what I'm saying? But small companies, you know, you can approach small and medium businesses. They need marketing materials. They need commercials. They don't want to pay actors and have casting calls and all that stuff, right? And set up sets and build sets and have set production and sound and light and all those people involved. If you can just sell them, let's say you have a local family-owned grocery store and they want to produce a wholesome commercial about, I don't know, happy people at a barbecue doing, you know, using their products, right? If you can just generate that video for them, they would much rather pay you $1, $2, $3, $5, $10,000. Shooting a commercial is, I don't know what the minimum cost of shooting a commercial like that is, but I'm sure it's probably, you're probably not going to get a good commercial for like less than like $5,000. I would think that's probably on the lower end. Again, I'm not a professional, but I would think that's probably on the lower end. And so if you can just produce a video on your computer, charge them $1,000, they say $4,000, you make $1,000. So that's the idea. We want to be able to produce quality images and videos that are useful in the world, that are useful enough that people will pay for them. And all in one workflow. Ideally, if we end up needing like maybe a second workflow or something. It's not the end of the world, but ideally as close as possible. Yeah, all in one workflow. 'Tis the goal. But yeah, 6. I really don't change my sampler and scheduler that much. Most of the time I'm doing more like realistic images. And that tends to work pretty well. So right, so we just set our type, our tooltip. Oh, that's in the constants, isn't it? Right? Interesting. Figuring out how to get the first 7 is the hardest part, man. Now you just got to repeat that. Whatever you did to get that first 7, you just got to repeat that, man. Find a way to scale it up. Making your first $1, that's the hard part. After that, it's just scale. That's the way I look at it. It's really hard to get paid, but once you can get paid and you have a system for doing so, then you just got to replicate the system. Yeah, 7, then 70, then 770. 7's all the way up, man. All right, so we made our type here, and these presets are on there. This is just a tooltip though, it's not like, yeah, okay, this is fine. So we have this here, 1-to-1, yeah, okay. But did we check on our, we have this clip preset tooltip, which is that, and whenever we hover over it, we get that, except for drop the as follows. Yeah, I think that'll look pretty good. I build empire. Yeah. Every empire, you know, has humble beginnings. You got to start somewhere. Very few people in the world start on top. And most of those turn out pretty shitty. So it's better to start from nothing. Build something from nothing. Feels pretty nice too. Gives you a lot more experience in life. Values as followers. Right, I took that out. And so I think that'll be fine. The other thing I was thinking is possibly like a thing underneath it, like a border, but I don't know if that's really necessary. I think it'll be fine like this. So we're gonna leave that one like that. We got the clip attention preset values, and we also don't want this semicolon on the end of that, and that'll be fine. And then on the one that we have in our types over here, we kind of want to do like a similar thing with that, where we go actually, we don't need the comma space on the end. Oh man, I didn't get the notification. Oh shit, man. Well, we're still here for another probably hour and a half anyway, so you got time. I'm probably gonna hop off around midnight my time, which it's about 10:20 my time right now, so a little more than an hour and a half. Alright, so we're gonna set this as right on, man. Alright, so we're gonna set this as prompt combinations. Sure. Let's say prompt combination type. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Do you know? I know. I think you do. It's a classic. Classic. get both of these right here, right? And I cut those and I go to the end and I put it right there. Yeah, should be fine. Do we have 2 spaces on that? Oh, we do. All right, 2 lines it is. This thing is gonna look profesh, man. Once I do all of the tooltips like this, this is gonna look great. Is it illegal to sell photos from the dev version, right? I'm maybe not the best person to ask about that. I don't know legally, technically speaking, but I know what my opinion is on that, and it might not align with the legal, technical, correct answer. So I'm probably not the right person to ask about that. My opinion is get your bag, man. But with great power comes great responsibility. So, you know, use your judgment. A screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot, it's not going to have any possible conceivable metadata associated with it from the original image. So or use Chanel if you want. Right. Yeah, you gotta fight and scrap, man. You gotta scrap and claw for that €7. Don't give it up. Out here in the lion's den for that €7. That's what I'm talking about. So I broke something, clearly. Okay. All right. Hey. That's enough. That is enough, my friend. Come on. The return of the man. Did we get any errors? We got an error. Invalid syntax. If. Oh, yeah, duh. Where was that? Prompt 389. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, fixed one problem, forgot about the other one. Yep. All right. It's right in here. Yeah, can't have that. Okay, so right, we can just close that, get rid of that, save that. Pretty sure we solved that problem, right? Did we finish this? If 1-to-1, then negative prompt corresponds to the positive prompt, right? If same neg to many pos, negative prompt is always 0. If same pos to many neg, positive prompt is always 0. Else, you just do all the combinations, right? But the thing we have to take into consideration is our new value, which is prompt type, right? No, not prompt type, prompt combinations. Is that what we want to call it? Prompt combinations. I guess it's fine. Prompt combinations. Prompt combinations. Right. So if we're getting that, and our line is way too long now. So let's what do you think? Like right there? Yeah, that'll do. Break that down. Break it down. All right. So So we're now accepting prompt combinations in our primary method, and then that is going to get passed to our, I guess it doesn't matter, but maybe we'll just put it right there for consistency. Put that right there, and we should break this down another couple lines. And so we're still doing all the combinations of the values. And oh, we have generate prompt, yeah. Okay. Gosh, so many cases for this. Where are we going to put that logic to? I think we're going to have to pull this whole thing up into an outer loop or something. Anyways, let's just think about this for a sec. Okay, so we got one-to-one, right? And the other thing to consider is on our, we got our, we put it on, did we put it on the end? No, we put it after neg prompts, right? Negative prompts, prompt combinations. Negative prompts, prompt combinations. Right, and then the question is prompt combinations going to be one-to-one or combinations? And really, I think the only thing we need to do with that is we need to say, so we have one-to-one, which is right there. If equal counts, and different positive and different negative. Yeah, okay. Oh, interesting. If we're one-to-one, we're not just checking if it's equal counts, we're also checking if it's different positive and different negative. Meaning, if we have different, like, because it could be the case that someone puts the same Jeez, there's so... You don't think the logic for something like this is going to be that complicated, and then you get into it and you start thinking about all the edge cases and you're like, wow, there's really a lot of logic if you want to account for every possibility of this. I never thought of it. It was the same thing with that sampler, man. I was like, I'm just going to slap freaking... custom sampler advanced together with K sampler or K sampler advanced and call it a day, right? Nope. Not a chance. All of the logic was like in determining how to handle all the variations of parameters and associating those variations of parameters with the right image. So that way if you want to print them on the image, you can. But it's a lot harder than you think it is. It's like, it sounds kind of simple on its face, but okay, you know, so that means we have, not only do we have equal counts, but we also have different positive prompts and different negative prompts. Okay, I think we could still say let's say and prompt combinations equals 1, 2, 1. So basically, if we don't have equal counts, or if we have all of the same positive prompts, or if we have all of the same negative prompts, or if our prompt combination is not 1-to-1, in any of those, right, yeah, in any of those cases, we will not do 1-to-1, right? We're going to do combinations in any of those cases. Yep, you solve a problem, you create more. Yep, that's how it goes. And then you realize there was actually like 100 problems with this one problem. I thought it was going to be 2 or 3. It's like 100. It really gives you an appreciation for the complexity of logical operations. They're powerful. And there are many more logical operations to consider in any given problem than you ever think there are going to be. So we do take a lot of logic for granted, yeah. I kind of up to 1 million, I have the right to use dev. Over 1 million, I have to pay. I can be, yeah. I mean, if that's what they say, then cool. You don't got anything to worry about. Me personally, even if they didn't have that, I would find a way. But yeah, I don't plan on selling any art over $1 million. I mean, it'd be nice, but I don't. It's not in my foreseeable plans. Not one piece of art for $1 million. That is what I read. Okay, cool. Cool, man. Good to know. If I make $1 million, I'll run away to an island. Absolutely. Yep, island life is the way to go. Same thing with SD35, so no worries either way. Nice. Yep, we're going to have to tackle that soon too. We got to tackle our Flux GGUF model loading, and we got to make sure we're compatible with 3.5. And there's something else. Can't remember off the top of my head. Anyways. So, in order to advance and get onto those cool things, let's go ahead and wrap this part up here and say this is enough functionality for now. And it should be enough to, oh God, keep forgetting about the problem. Happy with Flux. Now I don't switch 3.5. Yeah, I'm still going to try out 3.5, but I'm probably sticking with Flux. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I'm sure there are like plenty of islands out in, I don't know about Fiji. I kind of like the idea of like South American, East Coast South America, like Costa Rica, Belize, something like that. Islands, mountains, beaches, jungles, lots of cool stuff there. And the thing about Fiji, and well, as far as I know, I think Fiji's kind of like out there, right? Make million. Shoot, I want to make more than 1 million. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, look how far Fiji is on the ocean, man. I don't know about you, but that terrifies me. I mean, if you need to get to mainland, that the closest place you got is Brisbane. And that's a long trip right there, buddy. Especially if you don't got a plane. You never know, weather or something. I don't really want to be stuck out there. Whereas, where are we at? Where is freaking Costa Rica? It's like right here, right? Yucatan. No, is it further down? No, it's not that far down. No. I'm tripping, man. Salvador, here we go. Okay, I was like, I know it's right in here somewhere. Costa Rica. Fiji is just where you party for a week. Right, yeah. Vacation. But for moving somewhere, there's plenty of islands right in here. I'm sure there are smaller ones right off the coast of these things that we can't really see on the maps. Yeah, we got some options. Shit, I can swim that if I need to. If I really, really need to, I can swim that. All of these, St. Lucia. Of course, these are where all the rich people go. But, you know, if we're rich, then we can go there too. You know? And, well, yeah, probably one of these lower islands would be fine. These higher islands, you know, you got hurricanes and stuff. But I would probably like right in here, this would be perfect weather year round. Mountains, jungles, beaches, islands, everything you want. Shielded from hurricanes. All of the hurricanes go right up through here and circle back and go right over Tampa. And then go out somewhere up here. But so we're pretty safe. I'm over here in Pensacola. We're pretty safe up here. We haven't had a hurricane in like a decade. And all along this like coast right here, no hurricanes, no tsunamis, nothing. It's pretty great. Anyways, definitely a tangent. So the last thing to consider here is, of course, we don't want to be running the LLM multiple times. So we have the lists right. No, we don't have a list as of right here. This is an individual prompt. No. Okay, yes, sorry. Okay, right. It's a prompt that we're going to split up. And so now it's a list. Okay, so we pass our list in here. In here, we're getting those lists, positive, negative, right? And what we want to do is, on our generate prompt method, prompt type is getting passed through. Okay. And so we only have access to the positive and negative at this point. However, in our extract prompt parts, we do have this deep copy of that nested list, which was this one right here. Prompts out, it gets passed in. Make a copy. Edit it, return it. So this, as this method is running, this will have a running copy. Well, it's not running. It has a copy of all of the positive and negative text prompts. And when we come into here, we have positive and negative conditioning going on. And if it's extra crispy or both, then we also have the LLM prompt being ran. So at this point, we can go ahead and do the negative conditioning no matter what, because that's not going through the LLM. Yeah, I should have done that to begin with, but positive prompt, negative prompt, right? And so what we can do is say right here, I can't imagine the world before the internet. I know, right? It was rough what people did in their free time. Bro, you know what we did? We threw sticks at cars and just dumb shit, bro. We did, I mean, we rode our bikes around the freaking town like millions of times, countless times. We just rode our bikes around and around. And we'd hit the same ramps and the same jumps all the time, all summer long. And then we'd hit, you know, we'd play golf. Not like on a golf course, but we would like, had a pretty big yard. We'd just like go chip it around, you know. Sometimes we'd play like golf catch. We'd like chip the ball back and forth to each other. Sometimes we set up like a little par 2, par 3. And yeah, exactly. Nobody had cameras. Yo, if you guys ever watched that show, The Americans, where they're like the Russian spies, that entire show, I was thinking, you could never do that today. You can never do that today. You cannot do that today. Nope, that's impossible. Like, there's cameras everywhere. All the stuff they were doing, they just like run around, hide behind a car. It's like, man, I wish it was that easy. You got CCTV covering every square inch of this compound you're infiltrating. Drones flying around. Satellites overhead. It's not possible. You can imagine what it was like before electricity. Jeez, yeah. I would not want to live a life without electricity. If there was no electricity, I would do nothing but work on getting electricity until I died. Which I guess a lot of people probably did that on the road to where we are. In various ways. So we're going to say our negative conditioning, right? Because in all cases, it's always going to be this, right? Just cut that out of there. Cut that out of there. Cut that out of there. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner, but there it is. That's always going to be that. If the internet and electricity disappear, I will buy a horse and I'll get around, go around like a cowboy. Yeah. There's always that. I would still want electricity. That's one thing, like I've always wanted to move like out into the wilderness in Alaska or something, you know? But I need computers and robots. So like, what am I going to do out there without computers and robots? Gotta have a hobby. Anyways, negative conditioning, right? And then in this case, or in this case, our positive conditioning is just going to be that. So you know what I think we're going to do? I think we're just going to take that out and take that out. And we're going to put that right there as well. Yeah. And then in this case, we have two different tags. Elon Musk will lose the most. Yeah. Anybody invested in tech, I guess, has the most to lose from the loss of electricity. Yeah. Okay, then there's that. I think this can stay as it is. And then this last part down here, right, we need to say if, right, here's what we got to do. We need, actually, here's what we need to do. Before we even do the positive and negative conditioning, because that requires a little bit of processing, right? Not a ton, but a little. Hey, you better not be getting in the trash out there. The internet, if the internet and electricity suddenly disappear, would entertain myself with sock puppets. I mean, that's pretty much all you got. Good thing about ordinary poor people is that they are not worried that they will lose millions. Exactly, yeah. Not just poor people, but self-sufficient people. That's like what I really want is like, I hate batteries, so I hate saying this, but you know, they're kind of like a necessary evil right now. I would like to have enough solar and batteries and power inverters to not have to worry about that ever again. That would be great. Good thing about ordinary poor, right? I already read that. I would talk all day with Stone GPT. Right, yep, that's exactly what you'd be doing. Alaska is like having free AC cooling for exactly, true. Very good point. Extreme overclocking, yes. Yep, that is a very good point. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, and in keeping with what I was just about to bring up is being self-sufficient, right? Having your own power supply and stuff. That's another way to do that, because part of being, I mean, most of being self-sufficient is learning to live as minimally as possible, right? Because you can't live like a full modern life self-sufficient. You just can't do it. It's not possible. Can't have all the iPhones and everything, you know. So you got to learn how to live as minimally as possible, which for me means I can wear rags for clothes. I don't care about that. I could even give up plumbing if I really needed to. As long as I had, you know, somewhere to go, right? An outhouse or something. However, electricity and food, good quality food and good quality electronics. I need those two things in my life, unfortunately. And food alone is pretty hard. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Stone GPT is too stoned to reply to any queries. Right. He just sits there and looks at you with that evil glare. So before we do any conditioning, before we do any LLM prompting, we need to see if this is repeated. During COVID, I was afraid that the world would become like the Walking Dead series without these zombies. I mean, it pretty much did. Not you kind of got it backwards, right? You said that you were afraid the world would become like Walking Dead without the zombies, but you would expect the apocalypse part? No, it's backwards. We have the zombies, but just no apocalypse. Yeah, plenty of zombies around. Most people, I feel like a high percentage of people, for sure, are zombies. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, the past few years have been eye-opening, for sure. The lack of traffic was fantastic. I do have to say that. That was great. So before we do any kind of conditioning or text encoding or LLM prompting, what we're going to do is we're going to check if our list has this prompt, either the positive or the negative prompt, and then we just won't condition and or LLM prompt. So we don't have to change up the logic. We just need to, like the combinatorial logic, we just need to change this one little, you'll see what I mean. All right. So right here in the generate prompt, this is on each specific grouping. So we've already broken down all the prompts. If there's multiple positives, multiple negatives, multiple seeds, multiple blah, 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 all those things. We've already broken all that down. And now inside this method, we are at the point where we have one positive prompt, possibly one negative prompt, one prompt type, one seed, one LLM model. So we just have one of each thing inside this method, right? That's what I'm getting at. And what we need to do in here is we need to pass also our the thing that we're updating here, this prompts out copy. And I suppose we could just pass that really anywhere. Or no. Yeah, exactly. Right. We'll pass that in. Yeah, because we're filling that up, right? It's going to be empty at first. So I can just check. I don't have to worry about, okay, I think that solves the problem too. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pass in our prompts out copy into all of these cases where we're calling this generate prompt. So we go right there, right there, right there, and right there. All four of these places. And we're going to come down to right there and say, paste that onto there. So we pass in our prompts out copy. And as it's filling up with these positive and negative prompts, we can see we need to pass it into here as well, right? Right after out. Oops, not there. Right there. So we can see if that has already been, the conditioning and or the LLM prompt has already been generated. And we'll say repeat pause equals, I'm sure there's got to be some, well, yeah, we can just say in if positive text prompt in the list of positive text prompts, which we're sticking it in here. We're doing positive conditioning, negative conditioning, positive text prompt, negative text prompt. So that would be 0, 1, 2. So we could say positive text prompt in prompts out copy at 0, 1, 2. That's our list of, I think that's all we got to say, right? If our positive text prompt is in our list of positive text prompts, I could make it more explicit, but I think that's good enough. When I have a bad day, I just find someone in the chat to quarrel. And if there is no electricity, I have to quarrel with the neighbor and he can beat me. Well, I hope not. We'll make it more explicit. How about that? Just, I might be reading back through this at some point 2 months from now, and I might be like, what the hell am I doing here? So let's just leave it and make it a little more explicit. Say current pause prompts. So this is the current list of positive prompts that we have built up as we are generating conditioning or LLM prompts. So that's that. Current positive, let's just be a little more explicit, text prompts. And then we'll copy paste that and we'll say current negative text prompts is going to be at 3. Okay, so now it's explicit content warning, right? All right, so repeat pause, we'll say repeated pause text prompt. So official now. Repeated pause text prompt is going to be if the positive text prompt is in the current positive text prompts. And repeated neg text. Ah, shit. Okay, well. No, that's not what I wanted. Repeated neg negative. Repeated neg text prompt is going to be if the negative text prompt is in the current negative text prompts. CK, I will take a look in a bit. I don't know if you're watching CK, but or SP, if you can have them out there, that'd be cool too. Don't you complicate the process too much because the UI itself has grouping of modules. What do you mean? Right. So if we're using a repeated positive or negative text prompt, okay. So we have that variable stored. And what we want to do is say the positive conditioning is going to be text encode of the positive prompt if not repeated positive text prompt. You can select 2 nodes and group them directly without code. Right. You mean group them functionally? Have you check the bug chat in Discord? Someone's having trouble with install. Yeah, I just saw it pop up there. Thanks for the heads up. Let's see. I can take a look real quick. I gotta open in browser. It's too small. Standalone build. Okay. It says import lib. Okay, yeah. No module named llama CPP CUDA. Okay. Yeah, that's something that we got to take care of. I was hoping that would be taken care of in the requirements. It worked for me on a fresh install of Comfy, but I guess it's something something to do with his PC or the PC compatibility. I mean, so it looks like we got total VRAM. He's on a RTX 3090, and it looks like that's a 24. And it looks like he's got 128 gigs system RAM. Okay. So I don't see any, I mean, if he's using the 3090 and he's got that much system RAM, I'm sure it's not a problem with his system. I would assume that the rest of the system is equally sophisticated. Have you checked the bug chat? Right, and they could try running the requirements in their VM. Yeah, they could try that too. That's another thing too. I never use virtual environments. Never. The closest thing to running a virtual environment is running Comfy Portable. It's kind of like its own little virtual environment. It is its own little virtual environment. Essentially. But so if he is doing something like that, I'm not 100% sure how it's going to work in that type of situation. I guess I need to get Conda and what's the other one people use other than Conda? Anyways, and try it out in both of those and just be sure. But right off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, you can see, try what Jared's saying. Try running the requirements in the VM and try, if he is running it in a virtual environment, try not running in a virtual environment. I don't know if that's going to break something else in his installation, maybe. Hopefully not. But for me personally, I'm never running in a virtual environment. So, could help. But then again, if he has some other setting for some other group of nodes or whatever that was, set inside of his virtual environment, then running it without one, then might break that. So you may need to let him know on Discord. Not sure he's watching the stream. Okay, yeah. I don't want to get too deep into it right now midstream, but I will just say CK. I will take a look in the morning. Definitely not going to have time tonight. After I finish the stream, I'm going to eat and go to bed. Then we got the morning stream for those of you who are going to be up in the morning. And cool. Oh, CK, you're watching? Okay. So, if we are not repeated text prompt, or repeated positive text prompt, then we, I don't necessarily want a long line out here. Well, let's see here. If we're not a repeated text prompt, positive text prompt, and we're not using the LLM, that's interesting. You know what? I'm going to do it like this. Dumb question. Can you use grad.io as a UI interface to Comfy? I have no idea, man. Possibly. I don't really know what grad.io is, but I'm assuming it's just like a similar UI. When in doubt, give it a try. That's my philosophy. Sometimes you get lucky. Worst that could happen is it would just break and not run. So I'm going to say is LLM prompt, or I could say using LLM. It's going to be if prompt type equals extra crispy or prompt type equals both. Is valid LLM. Flow forward uses guard.io or grad.io. LLM model ends with gguf, right? Grad.io. Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked into it, but if Forge, yeah, I would have to look into it. I'm not 100% sure, but again, can't hurt to try. So okay, so we have using LLM. I think I would prefer to change that just slightly. Say selected LLM, and then down here using LLM, that's going to be selected LLM and is valid LLM, because we're not going to use it otherwise, right? Okay, so then what we're going to do is say if not using LLM, we can do that. And then what we can do is say that is fine. And then what we need to do is stick. We have that. Oh, I didn't even realize that was there. Okay. So we have the param string, and then we have the prompt. Okay. And yeah, that's fine. Not valid. Maybe I can just put it like that. Hopefully that doesn't break something else. Maybe I'll just leave it. I don't want to chance that. All right. And yeah. Tagged positive prompt. Right. So what we want to do is say I think the cleanest way to do it would be, let's leave it like this, and then what we're gonna do is just do maybe we could say like, yeah, that works. If we take that part right there and we say if not is valid LLM, Oh, right. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah. We're not using the LLM, but it might be because it's not a valid LLM. Right. So if not is valid LLM, then tagged pause. Oh. Doy. And tagged pause. Matter of fact, I'm going to put that down on a new line. Be a good coder. If not is valid LLM, then tag pause equals tagged pause dot replace an F string right there. We put that in there, so we replace that with this. Right. So we just stick that little thing in there. Okay. So that handles that, and then that will go into there. Tagged pause. Oh, and then obviously the conditioning, right? And in which case, in this case, the positive conditioning and the negative conditioning are just going to be what they were, and the text prompt is going to get tagged, but that's fine. We don't want to condition the tag. So the conditioning, right. I guess we need to figure that out first. Let's say the positive conditioning is going to be encode of that, if not repeated pause prompt. Yeah, because we don't need, in the case of the LLM, we don't need to encode twice, although it's not a huge deal. It could be not done twice. If it is a repeated text prompt, then it's going to be I want to say it's like where or something. I don't know if anyone happens to know. Oh, okay. Index, mylist.index. All right, so it's going to be, good night, Chris. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, so repeated pause text prompt index is going to be the current pause text prompts dot index of the positive text prompt. Sheesh. It'll raise, if the string isn't found, it raises a value error, and then I got to do a try except. Are you kidding me? Is there a way to do that and account for missing strings without a try catch? That's crazy. About to say. I don't know why you didn't give me this option in the first place. I mean, it's almost just as ugly, but... Okay, it worked. It's fine. That'll do. Thank you, GPT. Right. String to find. Oh. Yeah, okay, well. Sure, I guess. Let's do it like this. Let's say it's, instead of using index, well, yeah, because it's going to do, it's so lame. It's going to do the check regardless, so might as well just do it like that. String define. Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Because we already have if it's repeated. So we already know that. So we're going to say the index. Do. I guess we could just say like none. Well, let's say, let's say it's, current pause text prompts index on the It's a long line. Which I didn't really want. I guess the variable names are getting a little long. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. There is nobody here. I don't know if you guys heard that. He just wakes up sometimes and starts growling. And it's a good guard dog. But nobody's here. Okay. So if we have that, then there's the index, and the conditioning will be... I'm going to switch this little if statement around, and we're going to go right here, and we're going to say it will be the current positive text prompts at the repeated positive index if not, or if repeated positive text prompt. Else, see, this is still a really long line. Crazy. Okay, you know what? I don't like having those long lines. It's lame. Said, I know y'all be loving this shit right here. Positive. Actually, you know what? Make it positive text. Negative text prompt. Negative text. Slowly but surely. That doesn't really make much of a difference. List helps a little. Okay, repeated positive text prompt. I'll just do it like that. Repeated negative text prompt. Okay. Repeated index. Repeated pos text index. Repeated negative text index. Okay. Just shorten things up. It's a really long line. As much as possible. What's that method that accumulates things? Like a common built-in method in, I know in JavaScript and other languages too, for accumulating some type of value by iterating through a list. You keep track of an accumulator variable. The method is called like condense or not condense. Reduce. Okay. that doesn't really save any chars. I think accumulated is fine. Alright, so we have accumulated list, we have repeated, if that's in the accumulated list. Alright, and then we have repeated pos index. It's going to be that. If it has one, then it'll be that. If it's not repeated, right? Wait, no. If it is repeated, it's going to be the index if it is repeated. If it's not repeated, then it doesn't have an index. And the positive conditioning, now we finally get to this. The positive conditioning, I think we'll call this poscond. And then we have the negative conditioning. Negative cond. I guess we could call it even like positive cond. We could call it poscond. And negcond. That's descriptive enough. Alright, accumulated pos text list. Right, but actually, wow, okay. Well, you know what, I'll just do this right here. Cond list prompts out 2 and 3. This is going to be 0 and 1. And this is going to be the accumulated conditioning list. At the repeated positive text index if it's repeated positive text, else it will just be self-encode of the multiplied clip with the positive prompt, and the same for the negative prompt. Negative. Oops. Negative conditioning is going to be the accumulated negative conditioning list at the repeated negative text index if it is repeated negative text, else it will be encoding the negative prompt with the conditioning. So many things to account for. Okay, so now we can say this one is fine. We have the positive conditioning, right? If we're not using the LLM, then one way or the other we got our positive conditioning. And if it's not a valid LLM, then we're just updating that. That stays the same. So either way, that's going to be the same. The tag to pos will change. That's fine. And yep, and then we can just say yeah, so that's fine for that one. Oops, see, and now we don't need to worry about this one, so that's good. So now we only have 2 cases here, and prompt typed is extra crispy. That's going to be if selected LLM and ends with is valid LLM. And I think we don't even need that check, because if we're using, that's the same as this check right here, right? Selected and is valid, that's the same as using. So if we're using LLM. And in this case, what we have is, if not using LLM, do this. And so now we can just say else that. I'm still going to put another line. So there we go. And I could even reverse that if statement if I wanted to. Do I? Possibly. And LLM cleaned dot replace the new lines. On the tagged, we're replacing the new lines. I think we were doing that regardless, right? Why did we not do that? All right. Tagged, pause, LLM. We still get the tag. We still get the param string. And we still get that. And then we get that. I think we should be doing that with everything, right? So, in which case, we need our tagged positive, right? So our tagged positive is going to get the new lines escaped. And in which case we need to, oh, what time is it? Okay, 11:34. We're still fine. We're still fine. We'll wrap this up and call it a night. I think we're about there. So, I wanted to see if I could simplify this a little bit. I think probably not. So what we'll do is we will just... Bro, you need to start make video for 3.5. Stable Diffusion 3.5. This help you go faster, famous, right? Yeah. And just go faster in general. I bet it's faster than Flux, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna do videos on 3.5 for sure. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a video on the new Comfy desktop, and I will probably do... I guess I could do a video on the 3.5 at the same time. I think that's... I was trying to think if there's any other thing recently. We have a couple of like breaking things going on right now, like, you know, Comfy desktop just launched, or not really launched, but you know, they just announced it, and then they just announced Stable Diffusion 3.5. I'm trying to think, is there any other major announcement in the past couple of days that I need to make a video about? Right, they're looking for it right now. Yeah, so that's why I want to go ahead and do it. I want to make the video on the Comfy desktop, and I want to make the video on the Stable Diffusion 3.5. And I feel like there was another big announcement that I'm forgetting. Can you think of any other big announcements other than Comfy and Stable Diffusion 3.5? If not, then I'll do those two tomorrow. So I'm going to be up early for the morning stream. And I might play around with 3.5 on the morning stream. So I kind of already have some of the Comfy desktop application footage recorded. And I was just kind of waiting to hear back about the registry thing, because I emailed the guy over at Comfy. And I just wanted to see if I could expect my nodes to be if you want, I can search for some important things about AI and pay them to you by email. Time to time, you can spend some time researching. Yeah, I have Google Alerts set for the words robot, AI, LLM, I don't know. I have a few different Google, like quantum, physics, engineering. I have Google Alerts, so I'm getting like emails all day long about that stuff. Like anytime it's mentioned anywhere on the internet, it's like Neuralink. I have a. So I have to like ignore them at this point because there's so many of them. But yeah, if you want to send me ideas or things, that's totally cool. Email or Discord, if you want to do that. Either way, doesn't matter. Yeah, sure. Take all the help I can get, man. Yeah. Definitely doesn't hurt to have a couple extra people keeping their eyes and ears open for things, you know? You have my email? Or you can do Discord, or you can do Patreon. Or if you want my email, I can give you the email. The emails, I usually have the info email in my video descriptions, but it's the same inbox as my personal email. It's just an alias. You can try one day spam in Facebook groups. I mean, you can do that if you want. If you want to put my videos in Facebook. I don't have a Facebook though, so you can't tag me or anything. You'd have to tag the YouTube channel or something. I don't know how you do that in Facebook. I don't have Facebook. But yeah, you can take the videos, put them anywhere you want. If you want to like spam it in Facebook and then put a link with it. And then that way they can get to the YouTube video on YouTube. Yeah, that'll work. Have at it, man. Right, so we have our positive and negative conditioning. If that, then if it's repeated, we get the one that was already conditioned, or we will create conditioning. So either way, we have conditioning right here. And then, so that's good to go right there. The tagged positive text is what that is, really. Tagged positive text. And then we have neg prompt and pause prompt. Yeah, that's fine. So tagged pause. I was wondering if I could split that out. I don't think it really matters that much. I mean, it definitely doesn't matter that much, so. Yeah. All right, fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it. Generate keyword args and LLM messages. Generate the LLM messages. I can't wait to get in here and do some custom stuff on this LLM messages. It's such a so many freaking things to do, man. It's definitely on the list. Okay, you stay. Right, so we have this, generate messages from the positive prompt. Now, here's the thing. Okay, so the thing with using is we have using right here. We're not using it. Okay, good. That's perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to move it down right there. And what we're going to do is say, first of all, using has to also include if we're repeated or not. Right? Oh, and if it's repeated, oh my goodness. All right, okay. Okay, all right. So if the user selected LLM and the LLM model is a valid LLM and not repeated pause text. Yes, not repeated pause text. Then we're using LLM. Okay. And as of right here, if repeated pause text, yeah, I think that works still. The index of that, if it is a repeated pause text, else none, and that should be fine. Might give us an error, but we'll see. And then the positive conditioning is going to be the accumulated positive conditioning list at the repeated pause text index if it is a repeated pause text, else it will be self-encode of the multiplied clip with the pause prompt. Okay, I think that works. The thing I'm wondering about is, oh my god, so many things. Because on, okay, let's do it like this. Jesus, man. So many things to consider here. Trying to make it as clean as possible, but I guess at some point I just need to get it done. Alright, so we have the tagged pause there. And we could say, so I have the positive conditioning and the positive index. I suppose at this point we need to select between, God, do I need to get the fucking, all right, negative conditioning, yeah, positive conditioning, negative conditioning. I guess we should get the positive and negative text as well. Ugh. Okay. I don't want more lines, but I also don't want a lot of checks. So I could either do more lines like this where I have these if else, but then I'm doing an if else on every line. And it's really not that big of a deal either way, so I should just do it. The thing that personally annoys me is that a command window opens for me. Is there any way for this thing to stay in the browser or some plugin to add command to the browser? Do you understand what I mean? Yeah, I understand what you mean, but you definitely want the command prompt. You can just minimize it or something. I don't know about a plugin to put the command prompt in the browser. That may be a thing. Claude Sonnet 3.5 with computer. Claude 3.5 Sonnet with computer use also dropped today. I'm not sure what that is. I've heard of Claude, but I'll check into it. Yeah, any breaking news is probably good, worth making a video about. Right. So GitHub Copilot. I'm not sure what GitHub Copilot is. I know what GitHub is. I know what Copilot is. I don't know if that's a thing that's together now. Yeah, some plugin. I don't know if there's a plugin for the command prompt, but either way, you definitely want that open. You have to leave it open anyways, because it won't run if you close it. But well, I guess it might. I guess depending on your system, it might run in the background. But either way, I would leave it open because you definitely want to be able to see the output if you're getting bugs or whatever. But Comfy Desktop, whenever it launches, I don't know if you saw, were you here at the beginning of the stream 6? I was showing the Comfy Desktop. They made a desktop application. What is difference 4.4 and 1.4 and 0.5? It doesn't matter. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of 4s in my workflow. And that's just because I like the number 4. So I just use it anywhere I can. Most of my numbers you'll see is going to be like a 32 or a 16 or a some power of 2, some multiple of 4. I tend to just use those numbers. And it doesn't matter. I mean, here's my philosophy on it. If your max shift, right, is, I can't remember which one's which. One of them, you got max shift and base shift. One of them is usually set at, I think, like 1.15, and the other one's usually set at 0.5. I think that's what you're talking about right there. My philosophy on this is like 1.14 is close enough to 1.15 that it's not going to make a noticeable difference anyways. And I like the number 4, so I wanted to say 1.14. That's the extent of the logic. That's literally just that I have a preference for the number 4. That's all. So 0.44 or 0.5 on the base shift, I don't think you're going to see a difference. If you want to use 0.5, go for it. I just like 0.44. That's it. And 1.14, 1.04, usually I keep my other shift right around there. Developers can now direct Claude to use computers the way people do by looking at a screen, moving a cursor. Yeah, I bet that's going to start becoming more and more of a thing, because the way I understand it is that like virtual operating systems, like the Windows interface, like the feel of a Windows interface is still technically going to be, it's going to be like what you see, but the idea of a Windows interface is like gone. New going forward, what pixels are supposed to be displayed on your screen at any given frame in the, so you got 144 hertz, whatever. At any given point in that 144 frames of live footage or feed or whatever that's displayed on your display is going to be generated. It's going to be a generated image. It's not going to be like a literal Windows interface. So like every moment of what is displayed out is generated on the fly. That's how they're going. And the new Windows like built-in Copilot features that they have on their new PCs, they have like I don't know if they're doing that exactly in the same way. Right, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And you can keep track of things really well that way. That's why like Windows and their new whatever it's called, their new Copilot thing, they have like a virtual memory. So like the past 5 minutes of whatever you've done on your computer in any window, in any program, whatever, it's like you can kind of rewind and go undo things that you did in certain applications or whatever. It's crazy. Basically, it's just a way for them to track more shit. Track more shit, which I get, whatever, but it is what it is. It's the world we live in. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's cool technology. Yeah. So instead of instantiating window objects, you just have a model that predicts where the pixels of the window would be and displays it, generates an image on the spot. It's pretty cool. I like the idea of the recall feature, yeah, but not the M dollar. I don't know if you know what you mean by that. Maybe it's a typo, or maybe I'm not hip to the lingo. $. The Microsoft money. All right, you need to go. Go on. We will be done soon. Go on. I will feed you when I get ready. Go on. Go. Go lay down. Go. Don't ignore me. By the way, no matter how it feels on Google AI works best for random languages like mine, it responds with correct syntax and all, while ChatGPT doesn't handle it well. Right, yeah. I haven't had that issue, but I speak English, so. Microsoft Coin. Oh, great. Yeah. Can't wait. That should be fun. You watched the Mr. Robot series, Jared? It's like the evil coin or whatever. Yeah. Everything's gonna go that way for sure. Everybody's gonna have their own coins. Yeah. Awesome show. Love that show. Except the ending. I did not like the ending. The series finale is so... They could have done a lot better with that. Great show up until then, though. The suspense was like building every episode right up to the end, and it was like, damn, this sucks. Okay, so positive, tag pause, and negative pause. Okay, so that's the problem. I guess we could just tag... Yeah, we could just stick to that. That's fine. We have the pause prompt and neg prompt. So we'll just stick to that because that's just text, and we can tag it again instead of worrying about if it's other. If we get the old tag, we get the old text, then it's tagged, then we have to remove the tag. I'll just do it like this. Yeah, that's what I figured. Rami Malek, he kind of just blew up out of nowhere. During the middle of Mr. Robot, he was like getting other movies and stuff, so makes sense. There's another show or a movie. I can't remember. There's a movie recently that was directed by that same guy, and it has like, you can tell right whenever you start watching it because the color palette and the scenes and the music and everything. It's like, I can't remember the guy's name, but that director, whatever his name is. Sam Ishmael, yeah. This guy. Leave the World Behind. I guess it was that one, yeah. That's like one of the more recent movies I've watched. Yeah. You can tell, like the transition, the title scenes and all the, like everything is just like peak Mr. Robot. So crazy. Anyways. So we'll do it like that, and then we have this right here, and we do our right, and so we're saying if it's not repeated, then, okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to say here, if using, and we're going to take all of this, and get that out of there, and we're going to put that right there, and we're going to grab all of this, and grab that, and we're going to just switch it around. Here we go. So if using LLM, print, model path, loaded model, keyword args, LLM messages, LLM prompt, LLM messages, pause prompt, good, sounds good, and good, LLM conditioning, encode, the LLM prompt cleaned, yes. All right, now this tagged thing, we just want to duplicate this down to, let me just say like right here, we'll say like tagged pause equals tagged pause dot replace. And yeah, okay. So then we can do is if we okay, looking at our using LLM, if the user did not select LLM, or if it is not a valid LLM, or if it is repeated text prompt, positive text prompt, in any of those cases, we will not use LLM. If they did select LLM and it is a valid LLM and it is not a repeated text prompt, then we will use LLM. So that cleans up that logic a little bit and a few extra lines, but it looks nicer and it should be more efficient. It should just recycle old generated prompts. If it already generated that prompt once with that same text, then it doesn't need to do it again. And hopefully that works, because I am ready to call it a night. And even if it doesn't work, I think probably we'll call it a night. But let's see if it works before we do that. So we got that. Let's go do a restart. Restart. All right, there was right. There's supposed to be more with actors. Yep. I still can't wait for freaking Severance, man. Severance is going to be awesome. I deliberately write half Greek and half Bulgarian on the questions, and it works. Hey, whatever works, man. All right, so we don't have red boxes anymore. That's nice. And I suppose we could give it a little testimony here. If we said, how would we test it, right? If we say, see our prompt combinations, we're going to say, first of all, let's go 1-to-1 and prompt type needs to be extra crispy. LLM model, we'll use 3.1 Q4. And then we have this, which needs to be empty. And then we have max tokens, which, oh my God, okay. Goodness. Empty. Max tokens, which needs to be 4096. And then clip preset, we will set on clarity boost. And you know, for Aria AI is absolutely free. ChatGPT and Opera browser make video for Aria AI too. I'll search free alternative. Yeah, it's definitely good to have free alternatives, man. I do not want to pay for that stuff. That's why I'm so like focused on getting Comfy and Open Web UI going. I can still use ChatGPT. I don't mind because, I mean, Comfy is resource heavy, and so running that at the same time as Open Web UI is just not super feasible. Oh, where did my camera go? Did I disappear, guys? Oh, I bet my phone died. It's not plugged in. And I don't know how long my camera's been down, but my bad. All right, we'll turn that off then. We'll just turn it off for right now. It's not super necessary. There we go. All right, anyways. So we have 1-to-1, extra crispy. We're going to use the seed the global seed that were passed in. Max tokens, clip preset, and then we have our QKV. It really doesn't matter what these are on because we have the preset. So let's do it. We have 1-to-1 is what we said. So I suppose been off the past 30 minutes. My bad. It's all good. I usually remember to plug my phone in because it will die, obviously. But so let's do it like this. Let's say man walking down the street, woman walking down the street, and we'll say realistic photo, and then we'll say anime cartoon. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter if we're using NF4. Let's just try NF4 first, and then we'll go to Stable Diffusion. All right. So we're using 1-to-1. Apologize in burning your spam. My bad English. No, you're good. It's all good, 6. I am pretty good with language barriers as long as it's not literally being typed in another alphabet or something. If you were typing in, Cyrillic or something, that would be a problem. But as long as you're typing in English, it's fine. And actually, off stream, like if we're talking in Discord or something, you can use Cyrillic, and I will, because that will help me, because I would like to practice some more. And if you're using Cyrillic, then that'll force me to go look stuff up, and then I'll look it up, and then I'll respond, and then it'll help me practice getting good with those languages again, if you want. Totally up to you. But in the chat on the stream, probably English. Doesn't matter if it's perfect English. Right, so we have everything in here. Let's go ahead and set this to say 1024 and 1024. And then we have our sampling algorithm and our scheduling algorithm steps. We're going to just go with 1 on that. Actually, we don't need that because we have a global seed. Globocido. Got a Globocido. All right, so in this case, what we're expecting is 1-to-1. And really, it doesn't really matter because the negative prompts are not going to be used. Huh. Okay, whatever. We'll just do it. Let's just make sure make sure it behaves. We'll check it on the back end, even though it's not going to use the negative prompt with Flux. Check it on the back end. Everything to do, it's like, I'm going to do this. It's going to be very quick. Nope. Typically not. Be running up the hill. Be running up that building. Yo. Yes, I'm almost done. Just calm down. No. Go on. Go. You go. I'll be done in just a minute. Alright, so what we did here is, it looks like we generated 2 LLM prompts, which is good because they were not repeated, and we did select, as I remember, the first pictures. Right, yeah. It's gonna get faster and faster, man. So I say we'll all be out of a job soon. I'm just trying to ride this AI train as long as we can. Pretty shortly, it will outpace us. Oh, fancy. Okay. All right. Oh. And the prompts we have over here. This is for the man first. Solitary figure emerges, urban backdrop, casually, his face. So it is a man. Young woman. Okay, that's all I really cared about. So we're using that. Now, if we want to do combinations, technically we should get 4 prompts, even though... what will it do? If we do combinations... Let's just see. I can't remember if we get rid of the negative prompts. I don't think we do. I think we're going to generate 4 combinations, and then 2 of them will essentially we'll have duplicates in Flux because the negative prompt's not going to get used on any of them. So two of them are going to come out being the woman prompt, and 2 of them are going to come out being the man prompt. Yep. So there's 1, 2, 3, But if we were using Stable Diffusion, this would be good because that's exactly what we want. Except we don't want to use LLM with Stable Diffusion, but whatever. So we got 1 of 4, yeah. So it looks like that's working. And then the other situation, yep, we got striking. So we got the man, man, woman, woman. Yep. So I did like man with positive, man with prompt, man with negative prompt, man with negative prompt 1, man with negative prompt 2, woman with negative prompt 1, woman with negative prompt 2. It doesn't show the negative prompts in here, so maybe I should put the negative prompts in here. Not right now, but yeah, probably should. All right. And then so if we are running, let's say if we're doing, well, I mean, what else is there to test really? We got the one-to-one and we got the combinations. If we were doing, let's say if we were doing like 2-to-1, but we have combinations, that's still going to be 2. Or if we do 1-to-1, I think that's still going to should still just do 2. I imagine in the future to be able to tell exact places and make them absolutely real. For example, Paris, but not randomly generated. With the tower, just 100%. Yeah, exactly. Disco diffusion was a trip, but it did lead to stable diffusion, so it's a fond memory of wasting time in Google Colabs. Yeah, exactly. All right, so there we go. And yep, 2 of each. And then if we wanted to do, I suppose we could do, let's go to original, and let's go to Stable Diffusion, and let's use Dream Shaper's fine. And we'll put this on SD. I think it's SDXL, right? Dream Shaper. Anybody know? And then, oh, actually, I'm just going to put this on default anyways. That's fine. Okay, so now we'll do combinations. Right? Dream Shaper's SDXL. Okay. All right, well, in that case, let's do, what do we have on clips here? You know, I'm going to leave the clip on default, and then I'm going to go with SDXL VAE. Okay. And then we're doing, first of all, I guess we'll do 1-to-1. So we should expect to get man realistic, man cartoonish, because realistic is negative, and then woman realistic, because that's negative. Hopefully. And we're doing 1-to-1 original, so yeah. Oh, okay. And we have Euler DDM, I think, is still fine. Our steps, guidance, all that's still fine. Denoise, max shift and base shift are irrelevant. Multipliers fine. Yeah. Okay. See, this is what I like. All I have to do is switch this over to SD, and I'm ready to go. Doing stable diffusion. That's what I like. That's what I like. Lost my respect. Oh, I gotta hit the cancel. You not a threat when I shoot my shot. That shit wetty like I'm shit.
Be running up the hill.
Night Vision is a great series of SDXL models. All right, I'll check them out. Yeah, Dream Shaper is kind of my, like, I'm testing stuff out model. I don't really ever use it, but it's fast, and it usually produces kind of decent results. Whoa, except with that. Let's go with the default VAE. How about that? And shoot, let's just change our clip to even flow. How about that? Actually, let's change it to default. All ones. Social guitarist. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. I don't know if you guys have heard of vidIQ. It's like a YouTube analytics platform, and if you have like an account, they give you certain things like they'll give you a certain number of credits to generate titles and stuff, descriptions and stuff for you, which is whatever. But I really like how the Chrome. Oh, I gotta hit cancel on this again. I always forget to do that. The Chrome extension. Here we go. Chrome extension shows you all the stats on different YouTube channels, and it gives you like good keywords and tags to use. And what was the other thing? Oh, it like gives you goals of like, you know, reach this many subscribers by this date or whatever. And this is pretty interesting. So he should be more cartoonish, and she should be more realistic, or the photo in total. Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty cool. Interesting. And so on the goals in vidIQ, it was like very extremely achievable goals. It was like, you know, reach when you're at say like you're at 375 subscribers, it's like reach 400 subscribers, and the deadline is like a year out. So like they give you a year to reach 20, to get 25 more subs. And then the next one's the same thing, another 25 and another year, another whatever, you know. So the goals are like very, very achievable. But then this last one, whenever I hit either 600 or 650, it was like, now it's like, oh, nice, cool. Now it's like you need to reach 3,400 subscribers in the next 70 days. And I'm like, what? Where did that come from? That's crazy. Okay, so we got two. Now let's try to do our combinations. And yeah, I really got to print out the negative prompts. I didn't print them because 10 shorts a day. I really need to get on shorts, man. I have not had time to even mess with it. Shoot. Okay, hold on. I think I broke something. But if we just do that, well, actually that might not work either. We'll see. I have this weird edge case bug. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's just do this. All I gotta do is change the seed to 44 and we'll get around it. Yeah, I need to do shorts for sure, man. I've been thinking about doing some shorts, and you know, but it's just hard, man. It's hard to find the time to get that done. Okay. Interesting. So we have like, let's put our params. Add params. Oh, we got way too many added lines. Yeah, that's good. Cool. So we have, oh, we don't have the prompts on there. The prompt is what's changed. Add prompt, fine. We probably need to add some more lines. Whatever, let's try it like that. Every time. Okay. Wow. Okay, so we have a man walking down the street. Negative is realistic photo, so it should be less realistic. I guess I can see that. This looks more realistic. It's pretty close, but you know, the prompts are very basic, so cool, man. And then same thing down here. This one, the negative is anime, so it should be more realistic. This one, the negative is realistic, so it should be more cartoonish. I feel like this one looks more realistic in this case. Again, just barely, but... Alright. Well, I think that's as good a stopping point as any, and we are 20 minutes past, 20 minutes over. So I am going to go grab some food and get some sleep and get ready to get up in the morning for the morning stream. Any of you guys planning on making it to the morning stream? Or am I going to be the only one? I mean, I might not be the only one, but the only one out of us who are awake at this hour. What you're doing is really cool because you're helping the progress of Comfy conceive that anyone else who makes nodes is just giving part of themselves to become a whole. Good night. Have a good night, SP. Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, obviously I have my own motivations. I want to make a living, but you can do that doing anything. You know, you could be a real estate agent, or you could be a professional tennis player or whatever, you know. So, you know, we all got to make money, but good night, Innocencio. And but if you can do that in a way that, you know, helps some community like that, that's definitely preferable for sure. Too early for my blood. It's all good. We'll see you tomorrow night. I'm gonna be doing morning and night streams. So, but a little bit earlier. I'm gonna go like 7 p.m. Eastern to 12 Eastern, which means we would have been like done an hour ago. So it'll be a little bit shifted a little bit earlier. But that'll be a good balance, so I can get the morning and I can get the evening. And then that way everyone around the world can see. But yeah, so that's the idea. 6, gotta try to do something in terms of a career that is morally justifiable. You know, you could just go work at Lockheed making, you know, not that I'm trying to disparage people who work at Lockheed. I'm just saying, you know, there are choices you got to make. And so these are the choices I'm trying to make. Anywho, thank you everyone for joining. Yeah, that's the goal, man. And I will see you in the morning if you show up. If not, I will see you tomorrow evening, or whatever evening you happen to grace us with your presence again. And yep, I think that's all. I'm gonna go get some food. Tomorrow we will get back to the SVD some more. FVD, I think we're pretty much done with our list over here, our list of things to do. Yep, that was the last thing on the list, so we can get back over. We got to check out some bugs, which I'll probably do on the morning stream, and then the stuff that was in the Discord for CK and SP, the things that you guys have in the bug chat. I'll be checking that out in the morning on the morning stream, and then in the evening we can get back to Flux video. So that's the plan. I will see you guys tomorrow, and have a good night. Take care.